Good evening. Mayor, may we call the meeting to order?
Yes, please.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, a notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of the said city, will convene at a regular meeting on May 6, 2025, at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Mayor, may we proceed to the roll call?
Yes, please.
Mayor Cowen,
Present.
Commissioner Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner De Los Santos,
Present.
Commissioner Gowen,
Present.
Commissioner Macias,
Present.
and Commissioner Cardenas.
Present.
The invocation will be led by Rosalind Fernandez, and following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Good evening. Everyone would bow their heads. As we gather together, Father, I give you thanks, praise, as it is 1 year tomorrow that you opened the door for me to be able to pray for our city, the city I was born in, the city that we all love and cherish. I ask that you bless all our officers, the new and the old. We congratulate all of them, for they have willingly agreed to take part in the needs and grand decisions for the city of Brownsville. As they were willing to take office because of the love they have for Brownsville, fill them with wisdom and knowledge, guidance for what is best for our city. We pray that our city will always have an abundance and never lack funds for anything. We pray for the health of each person here and their family. While at times there are obstacles in order to get things done, let no one be discouraged. Isaiah 41:10 states, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Let the city of Brownsville shine and grow so that our children and grandchildren will have a greater and better tomorrow. We pray for all of our teachers that we're recognizing this week, as well as our nurses. It is National Awareness Month for our motorcycles, so that everyone would be aware of that. And we bless Dr. Gowen, her final meeting, I'm told, for her contribution to the board, the community. May she enjoy the next chapter in her life. And we close with number 624. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Bless you. God bless you.
Proclamations of the Municipal Clerks Week.
It is with great honor to read this proclamation here at the City Commission in Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and celebrating our Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the professions of municipal clerks is essential to the effective functioning of local government in Texas, ensuring transparency, accountability, and the smooth operation of municipal services. And whereas the office of the city secretary, municipal clerks, is the oldest among public servants. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality while serving as a professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks serve as the official record keepers, managing vital documents, conducting municipal elections, providing legislative support, and ensuring compliance with laws and regulations in cities across Texas. And whereas municipal clerks demonstrate exceptional dedication, professionalism, and integrity in their work, often going above and beyond to serve their communities and facilitate the effective governance of local governments. And whereas the Texas Municipal Clerks Association, TMCA, represents more than 1,100 municipal clerks who contribute significantly to the success and efficiency of local government throughout the state of Texas. And whereas the Municipal Clerks Week provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the invaluable work of municipal clerks, acknowledge their vital contributions to public service, and highlight the important role they play in the day-to-day operations. And whereas it is fitting that the city of Brownsville takes this opportunity to honor and thank the office of the city secretary for their ongoing dedication, knowledge, and tireless service. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th, 2025 as Municipal Clerks Week, and encourage all residents to recognize the important work the Office of the City Secretary provides and join in celebrating their contributions to our community. Done on this, the 6th day of May, 2025.
The next proclamation is Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you, Myra. It's an honor for me to be able to take part in this and sponsor this proclamation with you all. I want to take the time to thank the City of Brownsville for all of their efforts that they've done this month. They have several events and other resources are available to our employees, but more importantly, we also asked some of our partners in the community, like New Horizon Medical Center, to be present here with us today to help us raise awareness during this vital month of recognizing mental health awareness. Proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas recognizes and commends Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas the City of Brownsville recognizes that mental health is a vital component of overall health and well-being and is committed to including mental health as an essential part of the employee benefit experience. And whereas mental health is critical to the vitality of our community, and 1 in 5 Americans experiences a mental health condition each year, impacting individuals, families, workplaces, and the fabrics of our society. And whereas in the Rio Grande Valley, nearly 40% of residents are uninsured and approximately 14 live with depression, many of whom face barriers such as financial hardships, provider shortages, and limited access to local mental health services. And whereas effective treatment can support can lead individuals living with mental health conditions towards recovery, enabling them to lead fulfilling, productive lives. And whereas public education, increased awareness, and open dialogue are powerful tools in reducing stigma, promoting empathy, and encouraging early intervention and support. And whereas it is a shared responsibility among local schools, governments, organizations, healthcare providers, and individuals to create an inclusive community where mental health is valued equally with physical health, and where all residents have access to the care and support they need. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby proclaim the month of May Mental Health Awareness Month and urge all residents, businesses, schools, and community organizations to come together to raise awareness, promote education, eliminate stigma, and advocate for expanded and equitable access to mental health services for all. Done on this 6th day of May, 2025, signed by the Mayor and City Commission.
Let's carry on. Mhm. Hi. It says.
Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, we want to recognize New Horizons Medical Center staff for being here and doing the work that needs to be done to protect our citizens. You know, Mental Health Awareness Month, there's many activities in the community that are going on. We're very fortunate that yesterday we had over 70 employees, close to 100, join us for a 10-minute walk that was sponsored by our organizational development and HR department. It's those collaborative between departments and our communities that are bridging the gap in the mental health resources that are available out in our community. And we recently, as a city, also started working with the National Alliance for Mental Illness in trying to demystify the stigma that comes with it. About a year ago, we had a community assessment done, and we're starting to get the information about how people are living their daily lives under stress. And we're trying to take that initial data to try and now bring the resources from the findings of that study. So I just wanted to be very brief and say that we are tackling the issue head on. And it's great to see our city internal wellness program initiated, and now we need to bring that out to our community for better health. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. It's really a great honor, and we appreciate, this proclamation. Commissioner Martinez, thank you for sponsoring. We definitely, as an organizational development department and human resources and the city in general, we definitely believe that it's so important to stress out the importance of mental health. We are committed to continue offering resources, and this month we are committed with, like you can see, the activities that we've started in actually conjunction with our health department that's offering great support. We're going to have several activities, but also we are going to keep re-emphasizing not just this month, but continually other resources to the employees about what we currently have. And then, of course, with the health department, that extends also to the community. So we really believe that we're making a great progress in this area, and we're going to continue focusing on making sure that the community and our employees know the importance of mental health. So thank you all so much for your support.
Public comment. Public comment period. The section 2-26 meetings and agenda under the public input during the meeting's conduct. A states that conversations between and among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones. That attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical device that may disrupt our city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs may not be permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting, including in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiment as alluded to regarding the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, and et cetera is to be presented to the city commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to the individual commission members. Currently, city commissioners, we have two that have pre-registered, starting with Yolanda Spees, and following we will have Diablo Velez.
Okay, so I'm here yet again to point out the corruption and how our own politicians selling us out for pennies on the dollar. I can't help but feel the betrayal. The tone is being set in the city. It's not just about Starbase or Boca Chica or the sci-fi headlines. It's about how power slithers on its belly when no one's looking. Starts out small, tax break here, handshake deal there, ribbon cutting ceremony while the community watches from behind the velvet rope. Brownsville helped build what's out there. Our name was used, our land was cleared, our silence was taken as approval, and now, when the rewards begin to bloom, we're left outside the city limits, literally. But it isn't just about one company or one stretch of coastline. It's about the way some leaders in the city have begun treating the public trust like a private ATM. It's about residents who try to speak up and get brushed off, disregarded, completely disrespected. About the people who file complaints and feel the heat of retaliation. They've done it at my house several times. About how it feels like our city is being sold off inch by inch, foot by foot, and no one's bothering to read us the price tag or how much it's going to cost us in the end. And when we ask questions, we're told, oh, it's complicated. It's inappropriate. It's all perfectly legal, but legality isn't necessarily ethics, and silence isn't consent. And I'm here to remind you, you serve us. No contracts, no corporations, not whoever makes the fanciest statues of themselves. We're not here to serve a racist regime. My goodness, it feels some sort of dystopian reality. Watching the news daily, seeing all the deportations happening, and to think our local politicians champion and enable someone who's facilitated something straight out of George Orwell's 1984. Worst of all, we have to keep reminding you of who you serve. Have you stopped and listened to the protest? Have you heard what they're asking? Have you wondered why? You serve the kid walking home on the side of the road that doesn't have a sidewalk. The grandmother worried about her water bill and her windows shaking or possibly falling down because of the rocket launch. The family wondering why their beach feels less like home and more like a launch site. We're not just a line on a map. We're Brownsville. We deserve to be heard, and not just when it is convenient or appropriate for you or when you think it matters. This right now, right here, right now, it matters. So you guys need to start paying attention, all of you.
Next, we have Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I am a homeless, I'm hungry, and I'm poor. Please pay attention. According to the Bible, the watchers, the angels that were taking care of the humans, when they see that the daughters of the men, they were so beautiful, so gorgeous, nalgonas y chichonas, They came down to the earth, and the angels raped all the women, including the mother of Noah was raped. That's how Noah was born. However, the supreme gods, the gods that create humans, the extraterrestrials that create humans from the monkeys, they get upset, they get mad, and they send the flood to exterminate all humans, men, women, children, animals. They clean the land, and they're gonna do it again because humans are no good. We are terrible people. However, the extraterrestrials sent Jesus Christ, an extraterrestrial, to make a new pact with humans so we can be safe and not being exterminated. However, there is a mandate for that. Love God, believe in God. And the second one is help the poor, help the hungry. The Bible is not fantasy, even though there is a lot of fantastic realism on it. It's not even a religious book. It's a public record. Write it down by the same extraterrestrials that create humans from the monkeys. And if they are telling you that the only way to survive is by helping the poor and the hungry, you have to believe it. Extraterrestrial given only one name on this earth so we can be safe and not being exterminated. And that's the name of Jesus. And he's telling you to help the poor and to help the hungry. I went to jail because I am poor and I am hungry. I have no job. I have no education. That's why I went to jail. No man, no woman should go to jail only because they are poor and they are hungry.
City Manager's update. Brownsville's Animal Regulation and Care Center, BART, was named the 2025 Agency of the Year by the National Animal Care and Control Association.
We've come a long way with BARC. And really staff, it's really their work from that care so much for our furry friends. So just NACA, which is the National Animal Care and Control Association, was formed in 1978. And, the recognition from them really speaks to the work that they do every day. So thank you so much, and congratulations for being the 2025 Agency of the Year.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, it's important to acknowledge the hard work that Dr. Caldwell and Jean Rosado have done in bringing the shelter to a point where it's being recognized nationally. Jean Rosado was also recognized recently for his work, and our volunteer is Volunteer of the Year. So the level of work that's occurring at our shelter is next level. Thank you.
City of Brownsville was awarded the Smart City Award at the Smart Cities Connect Conference.
Celebrating another award here to our information technology really department who has really led the forward thinking of smart cities. We talked about the roadmaps, but we also talked about what it means to fix certain pain points that we have. And so with the P5G network and under the leadership of Jorge Cardenas, our CIO, really we're one of the cities that were in the top 20 most transformative smart city projects across the globe, focusing on those that demonstrate real world impact. So it's not just to be able to say we're a smart city, but what problems are we solving? And so you'll see smart city technologies in our parks, in our roads, in how we synchronize our streets. So we can use it also, how to really look at the safety and security of public spaces, just such as our libraries. So congratulations to our information technology and really all our city departments who really embrace technology and innovations for better efficiency for our community. Thank you.
Owens Road Bridge, TxDOT project update.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. With me today is Mr. Andres Espinosa. He's the area engineer for the TxDOT San Benito area office.
Thank you, Carlos. Judge, board members, I'm here to provide you with a quick update on the Owens Bridge. So cut to the chase. We are going to be opening that bridge this Friday. That's of today. Contractor has basically completed all the concrete operations. And if you look at the picture there on the bottom, that's basically how it looks out there in the field. If you go out to today. So tomorrow we're going to be paving. We understand that there's inclement weather. However, we're still on schedule to open the bridge this Friday. The picture on the top, just to show some of the challenges that we had out there, basically utility conflicts we had out there, but more specifically, a couple of weekends ago, we had some, heavy rain. So we had some, areas that created soft spots. So because of that, we have to delay the project a little bit more, but in conjunction with PUB and Mr. Lastra, we were able to basically verify that there was no leaks out there. So bottom line, we're going to open this bridge on Friday. And just one last comment, as far as the cost, this project is a $900,000 project originally, but we had some additional work. So now we're looking at somewhere around the ballpark $1.4 million. And that's basically because of additional utility work that we had out there. Any questions, guys?
Thank you for the update. I actually was one of the ones that requested this item because it's had been a while for the project to get going. I can see the completion date has about a year in variance. A lot of the residents was really the leading concern around the project because the communication was not completely there. I'm really happy to hear that it's on track for Friday. I just want to make sure that it's a realistic date that we're going to be giving them. And if it's not, we do run into unprecedented issues, we just communicate that with the residents. But
Understood, yes. So basically, the last item that is pending right now is the hot mix, the blacktop, the riding surface. And that's as soon as they put the blacktop, which is the riding surface, that people can use the bridge across. So,
excellent. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4 is recognizing City Commissioner at-large B, Dr. Rose M. Z. Gowen.
I'm going to allow the mayor to read the proclamation for our commissioner, 16 years of service, exemplary service, and commitment to our community and our residents, which will continue as chair of BCIC. So we're excited about that.
Thank you, Helen. It is a distinct honor of mine to read this proclamation honoring Dr. Rose M. Z. Gowen, City Commissioner at-large B, for 16 years of distinguished service. Whereas Dr. Rose M. C. Gowen, a native of Brownsville, Texas, has selflessly served the citizens of Brownsville as City Commissioner at-large B since her first election in 2009, being re-elected in 2013, 2017, and 2021, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the principles of public health, wellness, quality of life, and vibrancy. And whereas Dr. Gowen, a practicing physician, recognized the urgent health needs of her community, where approximately 1 in 3 residents battles diabetes, and made it her life's mission to combat obesity and chronic disease through proactive community-based health and wellness initiatives. And whereas Dr. Gowen was instrumental in forging groundbreaking partnerships, including the collaboration between the City of Brownsville and the University of Texas Health Houston School of Public Health, Brownsville, leading to transformative projects such as the Brownsville Farmers Market, recognized by the Texas Department of Health and the U.S.-Mexico Border Health Commission as a model of excellence. And whereas, under her leadership, the City of Brownsville launched the celebrated Cyclovia series, promoting active transportation and healthy living, and proudly hosted more Cyclovia events than any other city in Texas, drawing crowds of up to 10,000 residents. And whereas Dr. Gowen spearheaded the RGV Challenge, an annual 12-week health initiative that has engaged more than 12,000 participants, supported an 84% success rate in weight loss, and inspired community-wide lifestyle changes, setting 3 Guinness World Records along the way. And whereas Dr. Gowen's vision led to initiatives like the Vibrant Lecture Series, introducing urban renewal programs such as Build a Better Block and championing the revitalization of Market Square, creating an iconic pedestrian-friendly hub brimming with community pride and prosperity. And whereas Dr. Gowen's advocacy was instrumental in Brownsville being recognized as a 2014 Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health Prize winner and a National Civic League All-America City, demonstrating the power of collaborative health and wellness strategies. And whereas Dr. Gowen has also been a leader in promoting sustainable infrastructure, including co-authoring the Cara Cara Trails Project, 428 miles of trails connecting communities across Cameron County, elevating Brownsville as a national model for active transportation and ecotourism. And whereas Dr. Gowen's leadership and commitment led to the successful completion of the West Rail Trail, a 7-mile hike and bike trail that follows a former Union Pacific Rail corridor, providing an essential link in the city's connected trail loop and forming part of the larger Cara Cara Trails. And whereas through her combined expertise in medicine, public policy, and community building, Dr. Gowen has proved that economic development and public health are not opposing goals, but complementary forces that create together a thriving, vibrant, and healthy Brownsville for generations to come. And whereas Dr. Gowen's legacy is a Brownsville that is stronger, healthier, more active, and more inclusive, embodying the principle that tu salud si cuenta, your health counts. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby proclaim May 6th, 2025 as Dr. Rose M.Z. Gowen Day in the City of Brownsville, Texas. Furthermore, we hereby proclaim to officially designate the West Rail Trail in the City of Brownsville as the Rose Zavaleta Gowen Trail. I'm not done. Not done yet, though.
But wait,
In honor of Dr. Gowen's 16 years of transformative service, exceptional leadership, and steadfast commitment to the advancement and well-being of our community, we extend our deepest gratitude and admiration for her enduring contributions done on this, the 6th day of May, 2025.
We invite Commissioner to come down. So we have a gift from our Engineering Public Works Sign Division. And also a gift donated from the Mayor, City Commission, and City Manager's Office.
You want me to say on the record? Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's gonna stay.
Can we put that back? One, two, three.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Helen. And thank you, all of the staff. I'm gonna cry, so just forewarned. I usually thank my husband last, but today I'll thank him first. When it was said that I should run for city commission originally, there was a meeting at IBC Bank, and I was told or asked to attend to meet some prominent business people in town. The entire room was filled with men except for 2 women. It was very intimidating for me. I'm a gynecologist. I'm not used to being around men. And if it hadn't been for my husband standing behind me blocking the door, I think I probably would have gone out. He stood behind me that night, and he stood behind me every day since, and made my programs and my projects his own. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. I have to thank my parents who are no longer here, but I know they're here tonight. They taught me the value of health and fitness and how being healthy enriches everything that you do in your life. The question of how was PE at my table was just as important as how was English or how was math. No one here had any reason to vote for a gynecologist the first time. What did I know about what happened in this chamber? And that was pretty much not much. But I did know a lot about health. And so when I learned about
the health statistics that were being found by the researchers here in Brownsville, I decided to take that challenge and be able to bring the word health into city government. When I did that, my first friend here was Art Rodriguez. He was my only friend. And he and I set about to raise funds to start the first challenge, thanks to Dr. Belinda Greiniger's leadership in telling us that we really needed a citywide program to start off. Art was always there with me with reasons and strategies. Belinda, Art, and I were kind of the three musketeers. We strategized when to say something, how to say it, who to say it to, and timing was everything. And then one day I walked into the planning department because I wanted to do a sidewalk ordinance. At that time, commercial development was not required to build sidewalks. And that was a problem because seniors and handicapped people and kids walking to school had huge gaps in sidewalks. And I met a young planner, Ramiro Gonzalez. And he said, you know, the current code book doesn't allow us to do this. We really need a new unified development code. I had no idea what that meant. For all I knew, it was an abnormal pap smear, and it was a new code that I didn't understand. But Ramiro took the time to explain to me what that meant, how we could do it. And although he said that, he said, we can do this ordinance, and then we'll have to work on the others. Ramiro became the fourth musketeer. And together we plotted and strategized and decided how to say something, who to say it to, when to say it, and how to fund it. And of course, we had no funds. There was nothing in the city budget, but we came up with very innovative things like Build a Better Block to show people what Market Square as a green space, health promoting space could be. And it worked. And we brought vibrant lectures to the city with the help of people like Mark Lund, who wanted to pass a complete streets ordinance as well. This morning, I woke up at 3 a.m. I couldn't go back to sleep because there were so many memories and thoughts running through my head. Memories of that day at IBC. Memories of friends helping me block walk. Memories of families telling me that I could do it. Memories of my father dancing with me at a adult daycare the first time I ran. Memories of a young man in a wheelchair that came up during the Complete Streets Vibrant lecture and said, you have to make complete streets because if not, I'm trapped in my home. Memories of an older woman at the West Rail Trail Town Hall that told me, if you build a road there, I won't be able to walk to buy my milk and bread, and I really want to walk to buy my milk and bread every day. And so many others. It's just impossible to list them. But there were important people, and many who I will not name because there's too many names. But there were important people that joined me in that mission. And there were some that even came to my kitchen when I invited them. And I said, how do we vision a trail network in the city? And Mark Lund brought out these maps, and those folks that were there, Jude and Jean Navratsky, who's in heaven today, Sandra Langley, who couldn't make it today, Ramiro, and the planning director at the time. And we took out the crayons and talked about how these connections could happen. And eventually that became what evolved into the active plan. Thank you, all of you who voted for me. Thank you, all of you who helped me with each and every election. Thank you, family, for standing next to me. There's no words to say thank you enough. You've created part of my life that I will never forget. Part of my life that has enriched my life forever. And please remember, in everything that you do here, and to this I speak to the people in the chairs next to me, there's always a corner of health in everything that we do. You just have to look for it. And if you find those corners, then you put them together little bit by little bit, and eventually you have something meaningful. So please don't stop doing that. Don't take off that lens. Continue to find the corners, because together we can continue to build a healthy and healthier and more robust city of Brownsville. Thank you so much.
Sorry to take up more time, but Rose, I'm not gonna get this moment back, so I have to say something, right? I've known you for more than 2 decades, and I'll never forget when I used to own Tino Seafood. I proudly put a Vote for Rose Gowen sign back a long time ago. But there's a verse that comes to mind today for me that I wanted to share with you and your family that's here. Matthew 25:21. Well done, good and faithful servant. Those words don't mean farewell. I think they're a reflection of what you've done. You weren't about showing up. You were about lifting others up. You led with humility, served with strength, and stayed faithful to the mission, to your passion. You lived out a calling, and you've definitely left a mark in this community, in every life you've touched, especially the ones up here. So I know that we're going to miss your steady presence, your wisdom. So don't go too far, because we're going to call you for advice. I'm very proud to have served on a commission with you, and to call you my friend, and just to know that we're not going to let you go too far. So please stay at arm's reach, because we need you. The city needs you. Congratulations, Rose. I love you.
I just want to thank Commissioner Gowen for your leadership, for challenging us and me to be better. And you challenged us to not make health a second thought, but to be front and center. And I think that's what we as employees, that's why we have the Parks Health and Rec Master Plan. You put the health in that park document. So I just want to know that your legacy will continue, and we really thank you for inspiring us, and also as women being part of our first Women's Leadership Conference, and really just supporting us in your leadership. I know it's not hard, it's not easy, but you're really inspirational to us and to our employees and to me as city manager. So thank you so much for the gift of you.
Rose, I just want to congratulate you first off for 16 years of service. I did not think that I would tear up so much, and I really worked hard for the makeup, and it's gone, but it's worth it, I am just so touched with your commitment and your outpour and your dedication to public service. I'll never forget my very first meeting. I sat in and I received a text from you, and I know I hadn't talked to you before, and you were like, okay, now that you're in the seat, I want to give you this advice. And it was great advice. The first one was, I thought the first one was silly, but much needed. And then you went on to just give me so much great advice and inspire me. You have said and the first one was, if you ever have to go to the restroom, I want to tell you that the restroom, you can get up at any time. The restroom is right outside to the left, first door to the left. That's important, And then she went on to just give me just great advice. And you are someone who is so inspiring. You have set a great example of public servant. And you do it with so much class and integrity. And you implement a lot of theories. There's a lot of education behind to which she brings into the seat, and it's part of her skill set. And so, she goes on to say, research has proven. And we've looked at this quantitative, measurable study, and, you know, she'll send me these items to be able to learn. And you have definitely integrated the importance of health and how we as public servants have the due diligence to ensure that we're doing everything we can to provide the resources to ensure that the public has accessibility to health. And I thank you for that, because my mindset was about roads and potholes and drainage and, you know, and so there's more to just roads and drainage and potholes. There is setting a culture. And when you have done that so gracefully that it has become very impactful, and it says something. For you, you brought in trails. You know, don't tell me that we can't do trails. You ended up doing trails. The grant department, you set the grant department up. The farmers market, bringing in and helping small businesses and bringing in a local economy and helping out that economic development behind there. And to see now the indoor building that's going up by the Midi Cultural District, it's amazing to see the trajectory that a person's life can influence and do. And I'm so glad that God put in your heart and he called you on to public service, and you answered that call, and you've had just amazing people that have been placed in your path to help you accomplish that goal. And you didn't win once, nor twice, not 3, but 4 amazing times. And you in total completed 16 years of service. When I completed my first year in service, I was already like exhausted. And I called Dr. Rose Gowen and I said, how did you do this for 16 years? But as on you see these projects complete, you see how you're able to influence and help communities and improve their quality of life. You're like, this is why we're doing what we're doing. It's never about us and about the seat, but what we're able to accomplish with the seat that God has been able to place in us. And so I thank you, because you're leaving here making our community better. And I'm so grateful for you. You have set such a great example. And all I have to say is we're continue working together. I know right now you're at BCIC and they work hand in hand with quality of life, and we're going to continue to tackle on that bucket. But I do have to thank you for the example that you have set, and we got it from here. We're going to take care of it. We're going to continue health. We're going to continue trails. We're going to continue making Brownsville great, and we'll move forward. And just know that I'm very excited to continue working with you in a different capacity, but know that you have set such a beautiful example as a public servant overall, and also, you know, allowing for mothers to have a seat at the table, for professionals to have a seat at the table. And so thank you for setting that example. And you are just amazing. And God bless you wherever you go on next. And I know that we'll continue working on forward. And I thank you for the friendship that we have. I'm very grateful for you. So thank you for that.
I'd like to say a few words, and I know I've known you a while, and you know, Rose was my my inspiration also for running for office. You know, she's the one that believed in me. I didn't believe in myself that I could do this. I could run for office, put myself out there, and serve in a purposeful way like she has. Right? She laid the foundation for me. She believed in me, and it allowed me to take that leap. And I would not have done that without her. So thank you. And I always say that Rose has been the most effective elected official in Brownsville ever, I think. You know, no one's done as much for the city as she has with no money, you know, which is amazing. Like that just shows how persistent she's been, and that persistence has paid off. And I think that it inspires me that, you know, now that we are growing, we can do so much together, right? And move the city in a real positive way. And I do think a big legacy that you've had is you've empowered staff to be successful here, right? You're seeing the fruit of that in all these awards, right? We're much more professional and innovative, and we think outside of the box because you did that, right? You set that tone. So thank you so much.
Thank you for all of those kind words. And you have reminded me, I did say thank you to staff, but I really do mean that. there's so many of you that help me with things, whether it be, a parking decal or seats at a table or the next big grant that we're looking at. You guys really rock my world. You are exceptional. And the city of Brownsville is so very lucky that the staff has you and that you have us. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
We're going to take a recess. We have some goodies for our guests and a celebration before we continue on with the city commission meeting.
And the time is at 5:55.
I'm taking a snack.
Is this still recording? It is? Okay. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. To left. Yeah. You're good. Mayor Cowan, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 6:32. We will reconvene into open session. The next item is the work session. Item 1 is the Medical Overlay District work session.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. Congratulations to Commissioner Gowen. This evening, we will be presenting as a work session item, the Medical Overlay District in collaboration with our third-party consultant, Friesen Nichols. So I will be handing it off to Mr. Chance Sparks and Ms. Laura Zakaras.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're happy to be here this evening to present this item. We'll run through this PowerPoint that gives an overview of this project to date, and then we're happy to answer any questions throughout the presentation or at the end. So generally speaking, what we were tasked with is creation of an ordinance to create a medical district overlay, a medical overlay district. The goal of this was to ensure development near Brownsville's healthcare and biosciences facilities is compatible with the uses that are found within those facilities, to support the healthcare and biosciences industry within the city of Brownsville, as it is a vital impact to the community, and to increase the economic impact of those areas. This was presented last week to Planning and Zoning Commission and received a recommendation of approval. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the next few slides will show a map of the proposed district boundaries. As you can see, generally it is along Interstate 69 East and Alton Glore Boulevard. In this higher concentration of medical uses. There are still properties that are vacant within that area, and so the goal is to establish this overlay district to ensure compatibility within any new development or redevelopment in this district. Next slide. So these are zoomed in a little bit. We won't linger too long on these, but as we go through discussion, feel free to circle back to these if we're speaking about any particular properties. Okay. So the proposed amendments, as you'll see in your packet, there is an ordinance that is proposed that has a lot of different pieces. Generally speaking, it establishes a new zoning district, which is the medical overlay district. It updates the land use permissions and standards that will facilitate the development of that district. And it also includes some cleanup items and updates to the UDC to integrate some of the requested items for that medical overlay district, including electric vehicles, which the UDC does not currently define or regulate. So I'm going to move through these proposed changes by section in order. So the first section being section 4.3, subsection 4.3.4, which establishes that medical overlay district and defines the purpose of that district. The next is the updates to the permitted use charts. So you'll see a new column created to specify the permitted uses within the medical overlay district. It identifies not only medical uses that would be kind of traditionally thought of in that district, but also complementary uses such as hotels, apartments, restaurants, assisted living, and nursing homes. We also added or revised the use categories that are listed in this slide: hospitals, surgery centers, freestanding emergency rooms, clinic or lab, pharmaceutical and medical equipment laboratory, and electric vehicle charging station, to ensure those definitions met the purpose of this ordinance revision. Next is an amendment to section 4.4, subsection 4.4.4. That's a lot of fours. The purpose of this was really to revise the subsections that establish the additional use standards for drive-throughs, to specify the drive-throughs are allowed for pharmacies within this district, and to add a subsection A30 to establish regulations specific to electric vehicle charging stations. The amendment to section 4.6 is a cleanup to the landscaping section to add the medical overlay district in the landscaping cross-referencing table, and the more substantive section being subsection 4.6.13, which establishes the requirements for development within the medical overlay district. So this is where you will find the design and development standards specified for that district. And then finally, Article 6, updating and adding new definitions specific to the electric vehicle section. So that was a really quick overview. I know that's a lot of information all at once, but we're happy to answer any questions that y'all might have on this proposed ordinance.
So one thing I would like to add is, as we work on this, I like where this is headed. I like the idea of making sure the zoning lends itself to what we want to see in this area. One thing we know we need is connectivity. So we want to make sure that we keep that a priority, because right now, if you pass some of these things on the frontage road, it's a trek to get all the way back around to get to where you were trying to go. So ensuring we not only create this district, but also have connectivity to allow traffic flow, that will definitely lend itself to its success.
We also talked about, Commissioner, Rick comment is also signage and visibility to show that this is a medical district, right? And also to kind of to protect that area. I know DHR and Valley Regional both have stated that they support this overlay zone. And then also different uses along Alton Glore.
So my question is, obviously there are doctor's offices, clinics, and another hospital that are not within this district. Is there disadvantage to those locations that already exist that they're not in this district? Or do you follow my question?
No, I wouldn't say so. I would say that that this just enhances this district. Where we were concerned with, you still have large properties, available properties within the frontage road and in Alton Glore. And so we really wanted to, rather to have a use that's really not compatible with the medical offices in that area. And also TxDOT is looking at a project in Alton Glore with median. So we want to make them aware about connectivity to the 24-hour emergency centers, but also to the hospital. So I think to your point, Commissioner, the advantage of this overlay is to make sure that agencies such as TxDOT and then also the real estate community really propose uses that are compatible and helpful. Because if you go to Houston or certain areas that have medical overlay zones, normally have uses that are compatible with what you would need to be treated, for example. And so what it just does is it enhances to ensure those are complementary to what's there.
So thank you. And so is there a need to create another medical overlay district to surround and protect Valley Baptist?
We can definitely look at that. This is the first of its kind, and it came to because we were getting other types of uses that weren't very consistent or supportive of those existing uses, but we can definitely look at how we protect the area in and around Valley Baptist.
I would say, for my 2 cents, I would say that we look at that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to add, Dr. Gowen, at the public hearing, there was a question from one of the planning and zoning commissioners about that, about why aren't we having a overlay over the other hospital? And the response that we gave, of course, is, as Helen was alluding to, is there's a lot of, unlike Valley Baptist, that's already built out, right? There's not very many empty lots next to it. And we can do an overlay, which was recommended, and that would have a different purpose than this one. This one, we have a lot of empty lots. People could come in before this is, I mean, knock on wood, they can come in before this is adopted and purchase a lot, right? And then they would be grandfathered in, and they can do, if they pull a permit, then they can do whatever they want with it, like a car lot or whatever. And so the urgency is to try and preserve the character of what this is becoming. And then, of course, we can always come back with Valley Baptist. And Valley Baptist, obviously, if they want to grow, they're going to have to buy their neighbor's lot, right? The different lots that are next to them. And so that's a possibility as those get sold. That's more something that might develop, 10, 20 years from now. And so that overlay would probably help protect it and help them grow as well, right? So that's actually a good idea. But I wanted to just clarify that the P&Z did bring that up at their hearing.
With the closing of Incarnate Word, none of us really know what's going to happen to that very large piece of property. And I would like it to look at protecting it, because we would hate for it to be a giant car wash or something that is really not compatible with, and there are a lot of doctor's offices and research facilities right in that.
It's a good point. Thank you.
I have a question. There's a large green, open parcel north of Alton Glore, next to the overlay district. Was that, I'm assuming that's a planned residential area. How did you guys look at the available tracks that are near this overlay, and why to define it the way it is?
So the area was primarily focused on the existing parcels that harbor medical facilities. Also parcels that are currently vacant that are under the same ownership as those parcels which harbor medical facilities. And those that we know that in the future will potentially, either through recent inquiry, we've received interest in developing it into future medical establishments. Now, the rear portion which would be Cattle Road, that area is primarily residential. And so we just try to distinguish what is one type of development from another. Also, the parcels in the blue being or fronting along Alton Glore Boulevard, which is a primary artery.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will bring it back to commission for consideration and final in their action.
And moving on to the presentations, planning and the redevelopment department improvements.
So once again, good evening. I will be speaking on recent improvements that our department has been undergoing, and everything's intended for the transparency and for the ease of the applicant. So currently recently there has been many department public outreach sessions ever since the SELA was implemented as part of our plan review process. So the SELA had 2 sessions. Then following that came DigiPlan, which is another software that was incorporated again to make the plan review process more transparent and more easy to track for developers. And that session took place in May of 2024. It was a total of 7 sessions. And we also had the Lowe's Contractor Pro event in July and September. And most recently, we had a session in collaboration with BCIC called What's the Permit, where we had a pretty good turnout. We had 50 plus in attendance. And it was very helpful in the way that we were able to get feedback from the public after a full year where we have been able to capture data from Acela to tell us how we're doing, how our other fellow reviewers are doing, and also how long let's say, a contractor or a designer is taking to respond to comments. So it gives us a very good feedback for not just us, but for everyone. Now, there have also been economic development workshops, such as Advance Up Accelerator Program. We also had the Programa Consular de Emprendimiento para Mexicanos en el Exterior, that's part of the Consulate of Mexico in Brownsville, where the department presented several tools to women who are interested in starting their business in our city. And just as additional context, in all of these sessions, we had a Spanish translation available for so that everyone could take part. So just to provide some background and the timeline, there has been a significant evolution in our permit reviewing process. And not just permitting, but in every type of development application that the department handles, whether it be zoning applications, subdivisions, and again, building permits. So I want to say back in the day, because I started with the city in 2017, but back in the day, we used paper. Everything was reviewed through paper. We had filing cabinets, and it just became very cumbersome to, whenever someone came in to inquire about a permit, we had to go in and dig through filing cabinets and just piles of paper. That eventually evolved into submittals with CDs and thumb drives, but again, that was not very efficient. Then we went to email, and eventually in 2023, Acela came. That's when it really started facilitating the review process for the applicant, but as also staff. Again, because it made it more transparent, and because we were able to track projects in a much easier fashion. Now, this evolution has come with significant investment, which we thank the commission for that permission to allow the department to evolve into what it is now. And so starting with Acela, it was an investment of over, or close to $1 million. Then when DG Plan came along, that also added, again, transparency and made it easier for the public. And that was an investment of $70,000. Then it's Electron, which is our texting or over the phone inspection scheduling software or scheduling platform. That was installed so that the public could easily, even on a weekend, schedule an inspection for the next business day. And finally, the one that we're currently working on is called GWIZ. It's a $60,000 investment. And that's also meant to make it easier for the public in the sense that it makes Acela easier to navigate. Because again, through the recent sessions that we've had, we've heard the need of the public, and their feedback is to facilitate that platform, make it more understandable for the public. And this is just an example of what GWIZ is. It's for those who have used Acela recently, it will look very different. Now there will be, this is not the final product, just to clarify, but it will look very similar to this. There will be approximately 6 bubbles, and it will tell you basically what you need to do. It will simplify the permitting process by basically using what we call a wizard or a dynamic Q&A that will ask the applicant, well, what is it that you want to do? And through a series of questions, it will lead you to the correct application that you need to submit in order to well, fulfill your project. Aside from these improvements that are software related, there have been improvements also at staff level. There have been trainings and several courses and even conferences where we have sent employees out and allowed them to participate so that they can improve their interpersonal skills and to better interact with the public, so that every meeting that they have with an applicant is more productive, it's more positive, and it's just overall a better interaction to where both, well, especially the public is happy with the service. And so currently our receptionists have completed the training. There are 3 employees that are currently in the class, and there will also be specific training for our plan reviewers and our inspectors because their role is a little bit more specialized. Now, within the department, as you can see, these are 2 pictures of the existing conditions. What we want to do is, in collaboration with our internal services department, we want to move away from the current setup, which is not very friendly. It's, you walk upstairs and the first thing you see is a wall. Now we want to convert it into a more open concept where we can sit one-on-one with the public and provide that face-to-face customer service. And so it's going to be a customer-friendly reception area. There will be conference rooms within closer proximity of the reception area, and there will be private meeting spaces for applicants to come in and discuss any concerns that they have with their permits. And upcoming events for 2025, again, as we do every year, we have the Programa Consular de Emprendimiento para Mexicanos en el Exterior. We will be having the Lowe's Contractor Pro event. We will be having more Acela trainings. And we have DigiPlan trainings planned as well. And finally, development community workshops. All of these sessions, we will offer Spanish translation so that everyone can take advantage of the information that's provided. And now I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Omar Ochoa, our building official, to discuss the review of permits and the time frame that has that we have found based on the data that was provided to us. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. Also, congrats, Commissioner, and thank you for everything you've done for walkability in Brownsville. As Martin mentioned, if you recall, at the end of 2023, we presented this commission a plan review efficiency report with the numbers we had for all 2023, because we started using Acela at the beginning of 2023. Now we're going to present the fiscal year 2024 numbers that we have available. The purpose of this report is to check the average time that it takes the department to approve a building permit. The report is automated, and it is considering the time to approve, which is the number of business days that it's going to take to approve a building permit, the staff's review time, the applicant's correction time, the incomplete application time, and the number of review cycles it takes the department to review a set of plans to approve a building permit. These are the numbers for fiscal year 2024. For single-family construction, single-family residential building construction, staff review takes an average of 3.2 days to review a set of plans. The applicant takes about 2.6 days to correct those that have revisions. And it takes 3 days to the applicant to submit a complete application to the department, for a total average of 8.7 days to approve a permit. For commercial new, it takes staff 16 days, and the applicant takes about 42 days to make corrections to a set of plans. It takes also 7.5 days to complete an application. for a total of 65 days for commercial new construction. For commercial alteration, which is your typical commercial finish outs on retail plazas, staff takes about 8.6 days on average to review a set of plans. The applicant takes about 13 days to make corrections. The applicant also takes 4.6 days to complete an application for a total of 26 days to do an approval. Duplex construction takes staff 4.9 days to review. The applicant to correct 8.6 days. To submit a complete application 3.3 days for a total of 16 days. Multifamily is such a small number of the sample of permits that we have. The following numbers are interesting because staff takes about 2 rounds to approve a set of plans or to issue the building permits for single family, for new construction, commercial, and for alterations. 95% of the single family only takes 2 rounds. 67% of the permits for commercial new in 2 rounds as well. 82% of the permits for commercial alteration also in the second round is approved. And duplex is also 80% on the second round. It's approved. I can answer any questions you may have.
Omar, starting on that last slide that you had up there, are we taking a look at when you're getting to 3rd and 4th inspections, and in the one case, or the 2 cases, 5th inspections, are we looking at whether or not the things being identified in these are things that were missed during earlier inspections?
Well, this is Plan Review Commissioner, and yes, we take special attention. We try to encourage staff to contact the applicant to try to schedule meetings to see if there's something that they don't understand on the plan review comments. Sometimes we encourage during the pre-development meetings to do that. If they don't understand, to contact the office to schedule meetings one-on-one with whoever's doing the plan review to try to help them, especially the ones that take more cycles. As you can see, there's at least one project that took 7 cycles on the commercial alteration, which could be a finish out for whatever reason. So sometimes it's hard to make contact and get the applicant to go to the office to clarify those. But when they do, we try to help as much.
Thank you.
I have a question. Are the previous slide, the one before this one, when you're taking the permit sample, is that from permits that were issued or permits that were applied for?
Well, both. It is from the application when it is submitted in fiscal year 2024 all the way to approved permit.
Okay, so it's a sample of everything?
Yeah, everything. Yes.
Perfect.
And just to be clear, this is the first time we've been wanting to provide this report, but we really wanted a full year to really show you what we've learned. We're also going back and seeing how long it takes every department, because this is like the full spectrum, but we're also looking at how, the time it takes each individual department. Remember, it's not just building, it's fire, it's PUB, it's, it's health for restaurants. So we're really taking a deeper dive into the departments, bless you, how long it takes to clear comments and how long does that individual plan reviewer take. So this is like the first kind of, we wanted to at least preview this on a macro level, but we're also having meetings with each department who reviews plan to see their own, to share their own individual for awareness. And then we'll also share with PUB and the health department and any other departments that come in contact with plan review and how we can, always understand, our review time, what we can do better and what we are learning from data, because this data doesn't lie. This is it.
Have we
Right.
considered doing like a data analysis, like asking like a survey from the applicants to say, what is the most challenging thing that you have faced?
So as part of GWIS, once we implement GWIS, that's one of the things that we want to add to it, is to have a survey at the end of every application. That way, when they submit their application, it'll give them an opportunity so we can obtain some constructive feedback on how we can improve the process. I think right now, the biggest complaint we have is for the non-daily users or the non-recurring users, the people that apply for maybe one permit, every 5-10 years, they have challenges using Excel. So we feel that GWiz, even to our recurring users, it's going to be a very helpful tool. And that survey tool will give us that feedback that we need.
And also one of the things we've expressed to the new planning director that will start, Daniel Leal, that will start May 12th, and staff is having that one-to-one meeting. So the way that we're changing the design of how you first come in contact with the public counter, we're adding smaller tables where you can have that one-on-one conversation right then and there. And also looking at, how we ensure that at least one staff member is at the counter at all times and available for that one-to-one feedback. Because, if you want your first experience to be a positive one, it's easier for those that typically pull permits. They know the process, they know Acela, but, for our small businesses that maybe have never pulled a health permit and it's the first time opening a coffee shop, right? They really need that extra assistance. And so that's something that we'll be working with the department and the director as he comes on.
Yeah, I think that's excellent, like both those points, because we get the pain points, and the pain points are on the next slide, right? Like if you're approving by 95% by the second cycle, right? 5% of 634 residential permits is still, it's still a big number. It's 30-some people, and we usually get the comments from the 30-some people, like, hey, this was terrible experience for us. But most of the things that I have heard is the people who do not know how to just use Acela. And there's no help window for that right now. There might not be. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, right now they would have to call in and we literally walk them through. We have 2 individuals that'll walk them through, and it is complex.
I'm saying, and that's in every technology thing. Like anybody, school districts that go from this system to that system, there's still the people who say, if I don't know how to use the technology, ¿quién me ayuda? Where? Like, is there a window? I need someone to help me do it right here. I'm already here. I came downtown. And so just, I know that you guys are on it.
Yeah, the GWiz tool, I can tell you, I did a demo with it of what they're using in other cities right now. And you literally have new permit. You click it, then it's commercial, residential. You click that. And then it's just like a tree, right? You're going down every branch till you get to the permit that you need. I will also add regarding the meetings, we are meeting with PUB tomorrow to discuss how we can improve the comments that we submit on our reporting so that it's easier for the clients to understand our interpretation of the comments and that they understand it better. And then Thursday, we're going to have one with our city team, and that's everybody that does plan reviews. And the idea is, the intent or the end goal is that the uniformity of our comments, that we're providing comments to our citizens in a similar format.
So I think this is wonderful. I think this is the first time ever we've been able to get data on how we're doing, right? Now we can benchmark ourselves, we can set goals, we can try to have measurable improvements. And I think this will be, I don't know, quarterly. I don't know how often you want us to report this back, but I think this is great. And
I think when hitting the milestones, right? Let's do GWiz, let's do the survey. What's the feedback we're getting to GWiz? Does that, does it work, right? And then how many people are sitting down with staff and having that one-on-one, right? In Spanish or English, and kind of reporting back what we're seeing at the counter, and then how are we seeing the feedback? I love the survey at the end, like, it's just, how are we doing? And this is just to be open and honest and also transparent. That's what's so important. Remember what Martin said, and Omar's been here long. I don't know how many years, probably 20 plus years. It was really paper. When the main event asked us for the plans for Sears, staff looked for boxes to get the plans and scan the plans and sent it to them. So hey, this is data, and we're here to be transparent and open with everyone. Also, if there's architects or engineers or designers that are telling the owners, I'm submitting plans in 4 days, the owner can ask for a PDF of what that real submittal is, so that they can also track their architects and engineers and designers to see how they're doing, right? So we offer that service to the owners, the property owners for their, for their awareness.
So I know you gave a session at the BCIC event last week. Have you thought about training any of the staff at BCIC to help walk people through the process? And the reason I ask that is that there's often a negative perception of permitting because small business people that interact with eBridge say that. Maybe they haven't come to learn how or whatever. And so BCIC staff take that away. And it even gets mentioned in a strategic plan that the permitting process needs to improve and so forth. So I'm wondering if there's a time that you might take to train someone at BCIC, since they see that small business person first, maybe they could, from the get-go, train that person so they don't end up with that negative perception. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes, of course. We haven't, but of course we can. We'll reach out, or they can reach out to us and we can schedule something. Yes, of course.
And also share, as you continue to track this data, share the improvement with the staff so that they have something to say when that small businessman is working with them.
Of course.
Yeah, I think we're happy to do a lunch and learn, maybe with the BCIC staff and Vasella, of what we're doing with GWiz. And then also they can be an advocate for, hey, the planning department, has taken note. And I think it's really good that eBridge really as part of their startup week invited us, right, to give MPUB to the table to give that, and then seeing the 50 people that were there. So we'll continue to do that and definitely bring our partners, GBIC and BCIC. I know GBIC has actually a former staff member from the from building department there. And that has been very easy as a way of streamlining permitting for our EDC. So we'll continue to do that with BCIC as well.
I will also add that during the BCIC presentation, we did, in speaking with Nathan, we had all our staff, all our plan reviewers, and some of our inspectors there, so that if anybody had individual questions, they could reach out to them. Not only that, so they could meet the staff, and the staff could also hear the challenges, right, that our citizens are having. In addition to that, we had the opportunity to present all our staff members to the public that was there. So I think that was very useful in building the relationship with our citizens.
Sorry, my final comment. Not that our staff is this way, just in general, all staffs, in my world as well. The human touch, just everywhere, right? I think it's just important to set the culture, because what happens is you become it's like a younger generation right now. They're very text driven. And so when you're like text driven and you get someone who's would rather face to face with someone, that attention span's usually sometimes just not there. I just don't want us to lose that human touch of, I may have someone who does not like to operate a computer and may want to sit and have someone walk through, and just for us to be very, with a smile, guiding whoever might need that opportunity. Just always keep that in the front, because it is frustrating for someone who's very tech savvy and knows how to use this and is like, it's right there, it's step by step. And someone's like, pero no, yo no entiendo, right? I just wanted to throw that out there, because that human touch is.
We do have a workstation right at the front.
Yeah.
We do have some of those citizens, right?
Perfect.
And
Well,
we're definitely there to walk them through the process. And I have personally seen where staff's actually the one keying in, getting the information from them.
Yeah.
We'll
No,
definitely
thank
keep
you.
that.
Like I said, I mean, there's a lot of people, it's just, staff is sometimes big, and we just, if it's in the forefront, right? Like, I've talked to all of you and it's been nothing but pleasant. I doubt that exists, but in the process of doing this, there's always going to be that one employee who's just not having a good day, who's already frustrated, who feels that you've answered their question 5 times. But those are usually the time where our biggest patience are needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Moving on to the consent agenda items, Mayor and City Commissioners, item number 21 will be pulled for further discussion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve 1 through 20 and 22 through 24.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So one of the we did receive a question from Commissioner Martinez regarding the gas reliability infrastructure program interim rate adjustment proposed by the Texas Gas Service Company. I think it's important to note that this is the Texas Gas Service Company that wants to increase their rates. Cities are not allowed to challenge the company's request for increased rates due to what the capital improvements that they put into the RGV. But the only action that we may take is to suspend the effective date of the rate increase by 45 days. So normally it would take effect on June 24th of this year. We are asking for the suspension of 45 days, which is the maximum we get. If that helps our community save some money for 45 days, why not? And so this is a request for that suspension. So it would not take into effect August 8th or after August 8th, but we're asking for that 45 day suspension, which we are allowed to by right.
Thank you, Helen. I'll move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 1 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1767, authorizing the city manager to abandon and close a portion of a city-owned 10-foot electrical and telephone pole and a line easement that's located in Lot A, Block 1, Rio Viejo subdivision, according to the agenda, May 6, 2025, page 5 of 7 plat or map that's recorded in volume 13, page 73, map records of Cameron County, in exchange of retaining a 0.055 tract of land as located in the utility easement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It is Santillan with the Engineering Department. We have a request from a property owner to close and abandon an existing utility easement, and that's the area highlighted in red. In order to accommodate the existing utilities, the city is getting a relocated utility easement. That's the area in green. And the purpose for the abandonment is to allow the property owner to construct a swimming pool within the property. The area in green, the new easement, is going to be connected to the existing easement on the adjoining properties. Our department does not have any issue and recommend approval to abandon the easement.
Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
Public hearing number 2 is a public hearing in action to approve a applicant to establish a new taxi company within the city of Brownsville in accordance with the Brownsville, Texas Code of Ordinance, Chapter 106, Vehicles for Hire, Article 2, the Taxi Cabs of Division 3, Vehicle Permit, Section 106-114.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We present one proprietor for consideration for approval. They have met all the requirements for establishing a new taxi company in Brownsville. Proprietor's name is Rodrigo Avila Gutierrez. All the information you have currently there is there. Any questions?
Questions or comments from the commission? This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Items for the individual consideration. Item 1 is the consideration and action to approve the renewal of the master consulting agreement with Stearns, Conrad, and Smith Consulting Engineering, Inc. To provide the landfill engineering services for an additional 5 years exceeding the third and fourth extension period with contract number LES 63-0703, task order authorization number 2025-1 for a total amount of $8,031,665 over a 5 years as budgeted.
Honorable Mayors and City Commissioners, thank you. My name is Maribel Guerrero. I'm the Interim Director for Engineering and Public Works. I want to start off first by offering a huge congratulations on behalf of the EPW team, Landfill Engineering and Public Works, on your many years of service, Commissioner Gowen. We will continue to work hard to make you proud. So we want to present before you a contract agreement that we'd like to enter with SCS Engineers. They have been our contractors for the landfill for over 25 years now, and we're petitioning for their renewal on their last term of the contract, okay? So SCS Engineers, just to give you a little bit of background, they were funded in 1970s and they specialize in waste management, landfill design, and environmental compliance, and they offer services to government, municipalities, and private clients. Our point of contact for this project is Mr. J. Roy Murray, and we're here with us today to help answer any questions or concerns that you might have. So just a few bullet points. They are consistently supported and ensured compliance with federal, state, local regulations. Their main priority for their work at the landfill is to work with us. They also have a proven track record. They've played major roles in enhancing operations at a landfill and extending its projected lifespan from 2007 to 2061, improving compaction efficiency by 80% and securing about 1.66 million on an energy efficiency grant as well to the city in the past. They have a long-term partnership, like I said, over 25 years with reliable services to the city of Brownsville and landfill staff. Next, please. So their scope of work involves landfill management, environmental compliance, air permits, gas flow inspections, groundwater monitoring, stormwater management, along with staff training to ensure, compliance with regulatory standards as they have to meet with the TCEQ. The contract includes the performance of 32 tasks, and I'll explain those pillars as well. The contract timeline is over 5 years. And it's consistent with, annual fees. There's no rate increases and a well-organized tax structure to ensure ongoing regulatory compliance with the TCEQ and operational support throughout the contract's duration. So the contract cost is a little over $8 million over the next 5 years. You can see here are the 32 tasks under this contract. We've expanded some of these prior to this contract. We did include additional tasks under this new renewal, and that will help us with efficiencies on how we procure services for the landfill, including like the expansion of our Cell 6 disposal area, which is coming up as well. So instead of piecemealing this throughout the year and asking for different proposals and going out for funding, this is all now included under one contract. So it's really going to help us on the procurement side and also to just, like I said, improve efficiency and make sure that we progress with the projects, more dutifully. If you have any questions, we recommend approval, but also if you have any questions, Mr. Murray here will help answer any more technical questions regarding the landfill and its contract.
There are no questions. I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? If
Thank
not,
you.
all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Commissioners. So this regards a brand new landfill sanitation shop, and it's been a long time coming for our landfill staff. So the background is if you see here in the picture on the right, that's actually our current mechanic shop. And it's consisting of a metal frame shed, and it's inadequate for proper maintenance of our heavy equipment, and it's really just used for the storage of small equipment and tools. The current maintenance of our facility is also conducted outside and exposed to the elements. So while we're waiting for parts or it being worked on, it's exposed to the element, and it causes further risk to the repair of the machinery. Our current break room, which as you see here, this wood building, is what our landfill staff has right now for break room, for restrooms, and for a kitchenette. So it's really inadequate. It's small. So we really wanted to develop a facility that would take care adequately of our machinery, from repairs to the clean out of the machinery as well, and also provide adequate space for our staff to take breaks, have their lunch, take a shower, and also office spacing for our staff. Right now, they house out of our scale house, which I don't have a picture of here, but it also only has like 2 offices in our scale house. So we're trying to provide a nice facility for our landfill staff. We hired the services of ERO architects early on in 2024, and they designed a beautiful facility that we are very proud of. The lowest bidder for the construction of this project was Ziwa Corporation. The building right now, as designed, is approximately 8,000 square feet, and it will have a middle building structure with brick veneer wainscot at the administrative side of the building. It is constructed of durable metal structure. This facility will house the landfill's department staff on the administrative side of the building, and will have 2 apparatus bays with 2 10-ton cranes for the servicing of our heavy machinery. And we'll also have a covered wash bay, for washing and cleaning our heavy equipment and vehicles. A parking lot will also be constructed around the landfill for adequate access and mobility of our equipment. So here is our design. So it includes 6 offices, a conference room, a mechanic workstation, break room, kitchenette, restrooms, ADA showers, a second floor mezzanine, which I don't show here, but it basically is over the administrative side of the building. So extra storage space on the second floor, accessible through the bay side of the building. We're super excited about this project. We recommend its approval. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to entertain. Oh, and a little information about Ziwa. They were founded in 1996 here in Brownsville. They have built several facilities around Brownsville and the Lower Grown Valley, very similar to our project at the landfill. And Mr. Jorge de la Garza is the owner and will be our point of contact.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. And we do have a groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow at 10 o'clock. You all are invited to attend. So we look forward to seeing you and celebrating this momentous thing for our landfill. I'm super excited. Thank you.
Board appointments. Item 1 is the consideration and action to approve resolution 2025-036C, appointing members to the Paseo de la Resaca Lighting and Landscaping Maintenance District, a PID improvement district. Commissioners, before you are 2 vacancies that are under consideration for Commissioner Gowen and Commissioner Martinez. There's only 1 application that the office has received thus far expressing interest. And this item is a staff's recommendation to appoint members to serve on the board.
I'm going to hold mine.
I'll move to appoint Fabio Valladares.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 2 is the consideration and action to approve resolution number 2025-045A to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Board Film Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Mali Montezan for Brownsville CBB.
We currently have 2 board vacancies with the Brownsville Board of Film Commission, which are for Commissioner Villarreal and Commissioner Gowen.
Move to appoint Elizabeth Scholl.
Second. We have a motion and a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
He just appointed her.
Double appointment.
Very good.
Mayor, may we move into executive session?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Mayor, I'll move into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 1 is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.072 and 551.087 in relations to RFI respondents for Brownsville Museum of Fine Arts building. Number 2 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 and 551.087 related to project outside. Item 3 is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087 in relations to the project coalition. Item 4 is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 and 551.087 related to the downtown tax increment reinvestment zone number 3. Item 5 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 and in relations to 004-25-PRS-RFP, the City of Brownsville Downtown Renaissance Master Plan. Item 6 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072 and 551.087 in relations to Project Sable. Item 7 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 related to the city bonds issuance. Item 8, closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 in relations to the DHS-FEMA grants, including the Shelter and Services Program, SSP. The City Commission will enter into executive session at 7:29. Testing, testing. Go ahead and go to possible consent. Mayor, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 9:34. Is there any possible action on any items as discussed in executive session?
Yes.
Item number one is the consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2025
What happened to, there we go, number one.
On the resolution number 2025-056, to make a contract award for 004-25-PRS-RFP of the City of Brownsville Downtown Renaissance Master Plan, and authorize the city manager's office to negotiate and enter into a professional service agreement with one of the following firms. Asegura Robinson, a design workshop, Friesen Nichols, Mend Collaborative, or SWA Group Inc.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 2025-056 to make a contract award for the City of Brownsville Downtown Renaissance Master Plan with Friesen Nichols, and authorize the city manager's office to negotiate and enter into professional service agreement with them.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item two is the consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2025-057 related to Project Coalition.
I'll move to adopt resolution number 2025-057 related to Project Coalition.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number three is the consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2025-058 related to Project Outside.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2025-058 related to Project Outside.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number four is the consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2025-055 related to Project Safe.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-055 related to Project Sable.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And no action on the last item.
No action.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Adjourn.
The time is 9:37 p.m.